Teams meeting is being live recorded.
Yes. Shubhranshu, please share the link.
Yes, doing that.
We are live now. Yeah.
Okay. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Mahanand,
We
sir?
have got 49 participants.
Anand, sir? Are you ready?
Anand, sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes, let us start.
Okay, sir. Well, good morning, everyone. At the outset, I wish you all a happy Teachers' Day, and I welcome you all to the 8th webinar of English Support webinar series. Today we have with us our chief guest, Professor B.K. Das, former professor, CIEFL, PFLU, Hyderabad, and National University of Singapore. Today we have with us Professor Rajgopal sir, former Dean, School of English Language Education, FLU, Hyderabad. We have with us Dr. Arun Behera, Associate Professor of English, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Bangalore. We have with us today all the distinguished dignitaries. I personally wish all my teachers, mentors present today a very happy Teachers' Day. Sir, it is because of your support, guidance, and mentoring that whatever I have achieved today is because of your blessing and all your guidance and support, sir. So once again, I wish you all a happy Teachers' Day. May you stay happy and healthy to keep us inspired and encouraged. Now I would like to request Shubhranshu Das to start the tribute to our teachers, the special. Over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, and a very happy Teachers' Day to everyone present over here. This is a small tribute from the English Support family to all the teachers. Is my screen visible, sir?
No. Okay, visible.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Shubhranshu. Now, again, I request you to start the videographic presentation of English Support Mission so far.
Sure, sir. Sure. Screen visible, sir?
Yeah.
Now, in this changed scenario, What is critical for us to understand is that certain activities must go on. They cannot be withheld. And that is the beauty of it. And it requires a very committed attitude. And towards this end, it's very important that Panchanan and his team have launched on this particular project. Organizing an event of this magnitude is not an easy task. Now, that is what needs to be not just appreciated. Appreciation is fine. Saying very good things is very nice, but it's very important that we make an effort towards ensuring that information reaches as many people as possible today. In this direction, when the whole world is changing in so many ways, something that we never imagined, namely online teaching and so on, the challenges therein. No schools, no colleges, no interaction, no togetherness, none of these things. In such a situation, to ensure that our professional knowledge, professional skills, information continues to be upgraded.
English Support Mission ESM in Odisha is doing a commendable work by providing English language teaching in rural areas to empower the students and the teachers on learning of English language. This English Support Mission has started in 2013 and has now covered about 1,000 teachers and students and teaching professionals. English is a language of empowerment, and through the use of local language, this English Support Mission is not only propagating English language, but they are also training on how a language can be acquired or learned through first language to second language. So I wish that the English Support Mission will continue its journey for the empowerment of teachers and students in future time to come. Thank you.
I feel very happy to commend English Service Mission because it is doing wonderful work. I got introduced to English Service Mission when its founder, Panchanan asked me to speak at one of the sessions. The response was excellent, and I could see the level of commitment that is there in all people associated with the mission. We all know that English is very important because there are many people who are deprived of a knowledge of speaking English, using English in professional contexts. Although they are very intelligent, they miss out many opportunities in life because of their lack of the knowledge of English. It's not as though they are not capable of learning English. It's only that they have never had an opportunity. This gap is fulfilled by English Service Mission. They're doing a lot of good work, I'm told, in the rural areas of Odisha. I hope that the mission will spread to all parts of India because there are people who need English in all parts. Youth who are very good in other skills require to know English, to learn English, to use English as though it is a language of their comfort. English Service Mission can do this. I wish all of you all the best and more strength to you in the
English is regarded as the language of aspiration. It is a language that empowers people. Most of us want to learn English for upward mobility. However, all of us do not have access to it. Realizing this problem, the young and dedicated teachers of ESM have been working for the uplift of the rural students and teachers. They want to make English accessible to students and teachers in the rural areas. It is a praiseworthy initiative, and I do appreciate their efforts.
It's really a privilege for me. I would definitely call it the way Professor Rajgopal described it, that these people across the world, they have been asking, is it really possible? And Mahanand and his team, they have made it possible. I congratulate the whole team for the amount of things that they have planned. One can't imagine organizing a series of webinars for 6 months, and they have done it. And one more thing I would definitely like to tell, the names of the resource person I was going through in the brochure that he has provided. It's commendable. That means all the great elite practitioners of the country, they have been involved. I am pretty sure Professor Rajgopal, Professor Albert Pierre, Professor Mahanand have played a role.
To be a part of the English support mission in the things that they have been doing all these months or years rather. As far as my contribution is concerned, I have been doing in whatever small measure that I am asked to, and I pitch in whatever way I can all along, and I promise to do that also in future. We need to grow. Everybody needs to grow. Even we can't say that, okay, I'm 55 now, I have learned enough, I have taught for 30 years, and therefore, no, we need to learn, we keep learning. Learning is a life, is for a lifetime. It doesn't end anywhere. It's a progress, in fact. And English being an international language spoken by almost about India's population, about a 1.25 billion people across the globe speak English either as a mother tongue or as a foreign language or a second language or third language. But with such a huge population of people speaking English, it's also imperative that we must use it well. Only speaking English or knowing some English or knowing or in whatever way.
It is still surprising to me that after almost 200 years, that the language is with us, especially even after the British left. It is surprising that it has been able to reach only a few people, only a certain percentage of the population in the country, and it has not been widespread. It is concentrated mostly in the cities or in semi-urban areas max, but it has not really penetrated and disseminated across regions and across places which it should have, because it is the language of aspiration. It is still the language that people aspire to. It is still the language that needs to be disseminated more and more, so that more and more who have aspirations can have those achievements that they wish to achieve at some point of their lives. And we know that English is the most important aspect for that. So I'm really happy that the English Support Mission is trying to make English accessible to a larger number of people, not only in semi-urban areas, but also in extremely rural, semi-rural and tribal areas. So I wish them all the best, and I hope that their mission, in a true sense, is successful. So thank you.
We have to enter into the system. We have to sit with the administrator. We have to sit with the experts. We have to sit with the policy making people. We have to sit with the secretary level people, so that they should feel that English support mission is a very essential for the student and for the teachers who teaches the student the English subject. So I think I will help in this subject with a very small note that a small effort in my district, in the Kalhani district, can open the eye of the government, of the system. So thanks everybody.
My teacher too. So today Deepika is going to teach us on intonation. And really, all of us know that English plays a very vital role. And English speaking will definitely help us to get our livelihood and a good position and place in the world. And so this effort of Mr. Pancha and team is really very innovative. And I request the participants are not to to avail the
Must
opportunity.
ascertain that ESM is really a wonderful organization of India. This is such an organization that has given privilege to the rural youth of India. However, now it is covering even the urban part of India as well. We all can witness how tremendously it is gaining momentum day by day. English Support Mission has not left any stone unturned so as to take it higher and higher. And I'm so glad being with it. Eventually, once again, I appreciate entire team of English Support Mission for its endeavors. Thank you so much.
Them to our college to conduct a 3-day workshop for our students, and was both surprised and happy to see my reticent girls opening up and animatedly participating in the language tasks set up for them by Shri Turiya and Shri Pradhan. I realized that in order to be an effective English language educator, a special connection needs to be made between the shy learner and the teacher. The series will also give both teachers and learners the scope to increase their proficiencies in English. I am glad that English Support Mission has taken this initiative and invited distinguished speakers from all over India to address various issues related to English language teaching in our country.
I have been associated with this mission and with Sri Durya since the beginning of pandemic. When everything went online, I thought, why not take online medium of studying English specifically? I attended all the webinars. I got to know about the resource persons and the professors, and I got to learn so many things through this platform. This is not only about the students of rural Odisha or the students, those who do not have specific materials for study. This is a platform which I think is open for everyone all over India and all over the globe. And students, teachers, research professionals from everywhere can come and learn from here. This is something different and something unique in its own kind. Namaskar.
I want to share my experiences with you. It was simply excellent. It was very motivational and very educative. So a big thanks to them.
I am so thankful to English Support Mission and its founder, respected Anand sir. I learned tense, collocation, formal, informal English, voice change, and communication skill. Mr. Durya sir taught us in such an innovative and simple way regarding the use of tense, collocation, formal, semi-formal, informal English in real life context. In addition to this, I learned reading skill, ICT in English language, formal English by joining the online English Support Mission webinar, seminar, workshop program.
Professors, English language experts associated with this mission help us to improve our English. So I have learned a lot from this mission throughout working with this mission. So I am grateful to this initiative, especially to the founder Panchanand Durya and to all the colleagues of English Support Mission and the professor.
Thank you, Subhanshu, for this beautiful presentation.
Thank you so much,
for
sir.
putting in efforts, for your commendable efforts. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, I again request you to start the screen sharing of digital documentation of English support mission.
Sure, sir. Sure. Doing
Just
it right.
within a couple of minutes. Okay.
Should I start now?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Just a minute, sir. It's happening.
Okay.
It's taking time from my side. Can you please share? I don't know why it's lagging.
I have no idea how to share it.
Just a minute. I'm trying again.
Okay. Hello, Subhanshu. Hello. Hello, Subhanshu. Hello. Unmute. Please unmute Subhanshu. Nishant. Unmute Subhanshu. Subhanshu. Hello. Nishant. Nishant.
Yes, sir. Now it's all right.
Okay.
I'm sharing. Nishant, sir, please let me share my screen.
Nishant.
It's saying host disabled screen sharing. Please let me share my screen so that I will be able to share the digital.
Nishant, are you there? Nishant. Wait a minute.
Ramakant sir, I'm not the co-host, so that's why I'm not able to share.
Okay.
Nishant sir can make me the co-host and then I can share.
Hello, Subhranshu. Hello. Hello. Subhranshu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I can share the screen. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Sir, it's here.
Okay, okay.
The poster. Yes, sir.
Here is a digital documentation of English support mission designed by Nishant Mund, one of our English support mission coordinator. This is the cover page, English support mission. This is the program, so we have organized. And scroll, please keep scrolling. Okay, English support mission. This is the programs organized so far. English for Employment, a one-day workshop held on 20th October 2013 at Town Hall, Dharmagad, Kalahani. This is our first workshop. You can see the photos, pictures of that particular program. Okay, next. Just Subhranshu, keep on scrolling. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
A bit slow. These are the last year's online English support mission programs webinar series. This is 2020 this year's webinar series. And this is our mentors and advisors who have been supporting and guiding us till we started this mission. I am very much thankful to all of them for their support, consistent support, guidance, and mentoring. This is ESM family. That's all. Thank you so much.
It's over, sir. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Subhanshu. Thank you. We are really very sorry for being so late to display the documentation. Now, over to you, Subhanshu.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Our honorable chief guest for the day is Professor B.K. Das, sir. Professor B.K. Das is a distinguished professor of English and an eminent translator. He was born in Patna in 1935. He did his MA in English from Patna University in 1956. He has also done his master's in American literature from University of Pennsylvania, USA in 1961, and his third MA in ELT from Lancaster University, UK in 1970. He has done his PhD from Sambalpur University on the thesis on written English in functional communication and was a professor at the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad, and at the National University of Singapore. He has translated many Odia books into English, including Gopinath Mahanti's Poraja, The Survivor, Pratibha Ray's Adibhumi, and J.B. Das, The Pakka Sahib. His translation of Paraja won him the first Sahitya Academy Translation Award in 1989. His recent translation is Gopinath Mahanti's novel Harijan, published by Aleph. Speaking about his professional experience, Sir is known as an excellent teacher, educator. He has trained generations of teachers. He has been a lecturer in English at Patna University from 1956 to 1964. He was a reader in NCERT from 1964 to 1971. He has worked as a reader in Methods of Teaching, CIAFL, which is now known as the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, from 1971 to 1980. He was a professor in Department of Methods, CIAFL, from 1980 to 1982. He has also worked as a specialist in psycholinguistics in Regional Language Center, RELC, Singapore, from 1982 to 1989. He was a visiting professor in National University of Singapore, NUS, from 1989 to 1996. He has published intensively, and his books are widely appreciated and prescribed in reputed educational institutions. His two prominent publications include Communicative Language Teaching, which was published in 1984, and Teaching English at the College Level, which was published in 1978. We are extremely happy and blessed that he is with us today to encourage and guide us. We thank you, sir, for your kind presence and welcome you to our midst. Our resource person for the day is Professor Anand Mahanand. Dr. Anand Mahanand is a professor in the Department of Materials Development, Testing and Evaluation, EFL University, Hyderabad. His research interests include materials development, literature and language interface, English for specific purposes, and folk and tribal literature. He has published more than 30 books and 82 research articles. His important books include English Through Folk Tales, Literature for Language Skills, English for Academic and Professional Skills, and Tribal Literature in India. He has developed materials for FLU, IGNU, and BRAOU. He is also the executive editor of Lokratna, an international online journal devoted to folklore, literature, language, and pedagogy. He writes in Odia and English and translates in both. We thank you, sir, for your presence and welcome you in today's session of English Support Mission. Over to you, Panjanand, sir.
Thank you so much, Subhanshu, for this beautiful introduction of our chief guest and the research person of today's webinar. Now I would like to request Professor B.N. Das to speak a few words on this occasion. Over to you, sir.
You unmute him. Please unmute him.
Nishant, unmute.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Namaste.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is a very great honor that has been done to me by asking me to be the chief guest at this very important meeting of teachers of English. I have been out of the profession for some time, but my heart goes out to all of you, especially since I know that many of you, if not all of you, come from areas of Odisha which are not that highly developed and which are very rapidly developing. The topic for today's discussion is teaching language skills through literature. Now, I have rather pronounced views on this subject, which are not always popular. But let me start by the way, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. You know, the time when I joined as a teacher of English at the university level, it was in 1956. I passed my MA that year, and I immediately became a teacher. Well, teaching English meant teaching English literature. There was no other teaching to be done. You see? And this means that, you know, there were certain textbooks had to be explained in the class, but no one gave us any kind of clue as to what we were supposed to do. You know, there was no help from anyone. So you taught yourself basically how to teach. So what we did initially was we simply read out the textbooks, and like one of the textbooks I had to teach that year was Macbeth. What else was there? Kidnapped, Powell Stevenson, and there were another book called Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln by John Drinkwater, the American dramatist. Now, no one told us what to do when we went into the class, so we just walked into the classroom with the textbooks, opened them, started reading line by line, word by word. See? And whenever we came across a word which we thought might be unfamiliar to our students, we explained them. And we knew enough English pedagogy not to teach in the mother tongue. That was the only thing we knew. Okay? So I spent several years doing this kind of thing. And I'm told that I was appreciated as a good teacher, although I was internally very dissatisfied with what I was doing. I felt that, you know, what I was doing was not helpful to my students. They were not learning anything from me. So I continued, of course, for a number of years. But I had decided by the year 1960 or 61, you see, that I would stop teaching literature and teach language, English language. Because I felt that, you know, this was what my students needed. And what is the point in teaching or studying literature if you didn't even know the basics of the English language and the standard of English that my students had. Even in those days, Patna College, where I was teaching, was the premier college in Bihar, or I should say Bihar and Odisha. And if there the standards were somewhat low, what was happening all over the rest of the country, I was wondering to say. So the British Council was then sending teachers to England on a scholarship, you see, for training in ELT. And I think around the year 1970 or so, I applied for a scholarship to the British Council. I was selected, of course, and I went to the University of Lancaster, where among my teachers was Professor Anne Cruzenard, a well-known professor of stylistics. She has written a number of books on stylistics. Another of my teachers was Professor Geoffrey Leach, you know, Leach and Swartwick, the famous grammarians, and Christopher Candlin, who I'm sure all of you have heard of, one of the pioneers of English language teaching. So some of the best teachers in the world were my teachers at Lancaster. I did my MA. It was a one-year course, one-year MA course I completed. Came back to the college where I was teaching. And the first thing I did was to resign. I said, I'll look for a job elsewhere. But before that, let me recount. I don't know how much time I have, but this is a story that I must tell you. You see, when I was a student, that was in 54 to 56. One of my textbooks was 4 Quartets by T.S. Eliot. And our lecturer, who had taught us 4 Quartets, later became a famous Eliot scholar. He did his PhD on Eliot, T.S. Eliot. But he took us through the book pretty much in the same way as I was doing later on. You see? Just read out and explain, and that was it. That was the teaching. Whether students learned anything from it or not, nobody was bothered about that. Anyway, our lecturer made a statement one day in the classroom. He said, the structure of 4 Quartets is like the structure of chamber music. I would like to ask how many of you're all seasoned teachers of English now, how many of you know what chamber music is? Well, you don't have to raise your hands or anything, but ask yourself, do you know the term chamber music? And if somebody tells you that a certain poem that you're reading is like chamber music, how meaningful is that statement going to be? Is it? So anyway, it meant nothing to me at all. I mean, 4 Quartets is like chamber music. I wrote it down beautifully in my notebook, of course. And if that had come as a question in the examination, I'm sure I would have repeated what the teacher told us. Fortunately, there was no question on chamber music in 4 Quartets. Let me tell you another story. Another of my textbook was Othello, the play. Now, I'm sure all of you have read Othello. In Othello, there is a scene in the play, very early in the play, maybe in Act 1 or in Act 2, I'm not sure. You see, Othello has gone to meet Desdemona in Venice. Desdemona is the person who he loves and who he marries later on. And when Othello was coming back after his meeting with Desdemona, they were surrounded by a group of people who were their enemies, you see, and one of them was Iago. So they surrounded him, and I think they were planning to kill him. So they had drawn out their swords, and they were about to start fighting against Othello. When Othello said something which has become famous among Shakespeare's plays, one line. And kindly listen to this very carefully. I don't know how audible I am, but this is the line that Othello speaks. Put up your bright swords, for the dew will rust them. I hope you were able to hear me clearly. Keep up your bright swords, for the dew will rust them. So Othello is saying, look, all of you together, even if you start fighting against me, you will not be able to defeat me. You know, Othello was a famous warrior. So he said, just put your swords away and forget about killing me. You will not be able to kill me. I'm too good for you. So he said, keep up your bright swords, or the dew will rust them. If you bring out your swords, the night air and the dew will cause rust to appear on your swords. So don't think you can kill me. You can't. You are not good enough to kill me. Now, when our teacher read out this line from Othello, from Shakespeare's Othello, she also made a statement which we all wrote down dutifully in our notebooks. This is one of the miracles of Shakespeare. I'll repeat that. This line is one of the miracles of Shakespeare. Now, if your teacher tells you that about a play by Shakespeare, about the one line from that play, this is one of the miracles of Shakespeare, how much will that mean to you? You're a student of the third year honors class. So you see, this is the way literature was taught in those days, in the year 1956 or 57. And I'm sure the teaching of literature has not changed very much in all these years. How beneficial is this kind of teaching to our students? How much do they learn from this? What do they learn from this? Should we go on teaching in this way? I'm sure this is the way it is being taught in colleges, not only in Odisha, but all over the country. First of all, why should our students be reading Shakespeare? Another poem, another part of the syllabus was Wordsworth's poem, Composed Upon Westminster Bridge. I think all of you know the poem. The earth has nothing to show more fair, etc., etc. I mean, when you stand on Westminster Bridge, which is built upon the Thames River, which you will never see, the scene is so beautiful. Your sight of the Thames River is so beautiful that your heart is carried away by it. Now, many years later, when I was a member of the Plus 2, in Odisha we have a Plus 2 council, higher secondary council, which writes the textbooks for the Plus 2 level. Now that year I was the chairman of the committee which wrote the Plus 2 textbook. It was called Invitation to English. I don't know how many have seen that book. Invitation to English, books 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 parts. Okay? Part 1 was prose and poetry. Part 2 was, I think it was writing. Part 3 was something else, and so on. Anyway, in that part 1, prose and poetry, I had included a poem called Ganga. The poem had the title Ganga, the name of the river. And the poet's name is Arvind Krishna Mehrotra. I wonder how many of you have heard of him. Arvind Krishna Mehrotra is certainly the best known translator of Indian poetry into English. For example, his translation of Kabir's poems has been praised all over the world. He's written many beautiful poems, many essays and so on. I mean, he's one of the people who are well known outside, all over the world. Although he's an Indian writer, Indian poet, he's well known. Now, when I prescribed a poem by Arvind Krishna Mehrotra called Ganga, there was a widespread protest all over Odisha. Many of the teachers from different colleges took out a profession and went to the Bhubaneswar Secretariat to meet the education secretary and the education minister, if possible, and tell him that Professor Vikram Das is ruining our lives by prescribing an Indian poet on an Indian poem on an Indian theme by an Indian poet. No, they said instead of prescribing Milton, Wordsworth, and Shakespeare, which are classics, who is this unknown poet called Arvind Krishna Mehrotra writing a poem on Ganga instead of writing a poem on the Thames River or something else in England? You see, that is what to do there. Can you imagine what the effect of teaching of literature was having on students? So I decided that, this was not for me. Teaching literature was not my cup of tea. So I came back from Lancaster. I started teaching English grammar, phonetics, writing skills, communication skills, and so on. And a book which I wrote was prescribed by the Biju Patnaik University of Technology in Odisha, in Rourkela. So I felt I was doing something useful at last. Now, today I have a different set of views on literature and its place in the teaching of English. To what extent literature should be taught to students of English, to what extent it can be taught, and so on. Now, another thing I'm convinced about today, which I know nobody else will listen to, I have tried to speak to some very important people in Bhubaneswar. You see, my point of view is the teaching of English in this country, at least in Odisha, must be made bilingual. You can't learn English unless you have a strong foundation in your mother tongue. Now, it may be the home language, it may be which is also a school language, or it could be a language which is not taught in the school, but at home only, you learn at home. So, for example, a child from a tribal family should first be exposed to literature in his own language. See? I mean, that is meaningful. You see, when you start reading a poem, a nursery rhyme, in the language which you speak at home with your mother, you hear the music, you hear the sounds of that poem. It has some meaning for you. Whereas, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, may not have any meaning for a 6-year child or 8-year-old child, but we go on teaching that. English literature to children in the primary classes. And then they come to the intermediate classes or the higher secondary classes, MA, BA, everything. See? What they learn has so little connection with their life, with their day-to-day living. Now, literature is something which you have to live. Literature comes out of life. It is not something detached from your day-to-day experience. So one thing I'm convinced is, I know nobody will listen to this. I'm sure many among you, if not all of you, will reject this at once. Fine. The teaching of, you see, what a child learns in the first 5 or 6 years of school is mostly language. Call it by any other name, but it is what the child is learning is language. All learning that happens in the first 5, 6, 8 years of the child's life is language. Language education is what is going on. You may call it science, you may call it physics, you may call it biology, call it what you like. But what the child is learning is language. And for the child, there is no division between mother tongue language and first language and second language. All languages are the same for the child. We also know now, after all the theory of people like Stephen Krashen and others, language is not learned by reading grammar books or doing grammar exercises in the class. Language is learned, primarily from exposure to the spoken language. The child has to be exposed to the spoken language first. It should hear the sounds of the language that it is learning. And it is by hearing, by exposure to the sounds of the language that the child learns. Now, what is the first language that the child is learning? Naturally, the first language. That's why it's called the first language. So that language can only be the language spoken in the home, the language spoken in the society, the language to which the child is exposed. It makes absolutely no sense. I'm told the government is now planning to start, what are they called? Adarsha Vidyalaya or something like this. It was in yesterday's paper and today's newspaper also. Ideal schools, which will be English medium schools, set up in every village in Odisha. Why English medium? I mean, does the child listen to English at home? How many of us are exposed to English in our homes, our families? Of course, the children in the village, there are English schools, English medium schools, so-called, in almost every village now in Odisha. And the first thing that happens on the first day, the children are taught how to wear a tie. That's part of the school uniform. They learn how to wear a tie, and they're very happy. Now, what are they learning? The mothers of children who go to English medium schools in Bhubaneswar, the mothers routinely call up the principal on the telephone and say, please make sure that my child is not allowed to speak Odia in the school. The child must not be allowed to speak Odia, because if the child is exposed to Odia, its English learning will suffer. You can't learn English if you're learning Odia at the same time. Now, where mothers get this idea from, I don't know. Because I am of the belief that the child will not learn English unless he's also exposed to Odia. So the basic concepts, the basic meanings have to come from the mother tongue, the home language. So anyway, to cut the story short, because I'm taking up a lot of your time, it's pointless debating whether to teach literature or not to teach literature. I don't think we need to make a division between language and literature. we have to teach language, basically. We have not to teach only language, we have to teach everything through language. Or rather, allow the child to learn whatever it can learn with the help of language, you see. Because the child is, this is a very important idea that we have to accept. It's not the teacher who is teaching, it's the learner who is learning. What the teacher teaches may have no relationship to what the learner learns. For the teacher to believe that he is in control, he or she is in control of what the learner is learning is a fallacy. You do not control what your learner is learning. A part of what you teach will, of course, go into his learning, but much more of it will be something that he has picked up elsewhere, picked up from books, picked up from listening to people, and so on. So please remember that the child will not learn what you teach necessarily. So in the beginning, you know, when the mothers speak to their children, to their babies at home, the child is learning about the mother, about the world, everything about the world, by listening to the mother. See? Now, as I said, everything that the child is learning is language. The child is simultaneously acquiring language and acquiring knowledge of the world. See? And what the child is acquiring is as much literature as it is language. There is no division at this point. You see? If the child looks at a flower and says, how beautiful this flower is, what is that? If not literature, what is it? That's literature. That's what is meaningful to the child. You see? The child looking at flowers, looking at the grass, getting a sense of the beauty of the grass, the beauty of the clouds, the beauty of the sky, everything. The whole world looks very beautiful to the child. See? And that is literature. It's not what you read in books, not what the poets have written, not what the playwrights have written. It's what the child gets through the five senses, which is literature. So, of course, the child has to be exposed to, by the way, one very meaningful distinction that we have to make is, what is the difference between language and literature? What is language and what is literature? How do you distinguish between that? Now, I would say, for example, that has always been a meaningful way of defining these two words, defining these terms. Ordinarily, when we use language, we are not concerned with the words through which our meanings are conveyed. See? The words themselves are not meaningful. The words are only containers for the meanings that we are trying to pass on through them. See? Now, if, for example, somebody says something to you, for example, somebody gives you a bit of advice or something like that and says, you should be more careful about what you eat. Right? Maybe your mother has seen you overeating, and your mother says, look, I think you should be more careful about what you eat. Even half an hour later or 10 minutes later, when you try to remember, what did my mother say? What were the words that said? You can't recall them. You can't remember them. Words don't mean anything. It's what they convey, what the words convey, that is meaningful. That is what will remain. Now, in ordinary language, ordinary use of language, as I said, words don't matter. It is what they convey that matters. Whereas, in the literary use of language, or use of language which can be called literary, words are used in a way that draw attention to the words. You're meant to remember those words. The words are important, as important as the meaning, as they convey. So, for example, when the child says, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star," those words are really very important to the child. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Not just the meaning, even the word, the sounds of the words are important. So literature is meaningful words where the words themselves are attracting attention. They attract your notice. The words are beautiful. Now, I think the child also needs exposure to this kind of language. And the sooner this begins, the better. But I would like this to happen in the child's home language. The first exposure to literary language should be, in my view, and I know this will be rejected before I even complete my sentence, the first exposure to literature or to language itself should be in the home language, not in the foreign language. You see? And our government is now determined to start English medium schools in every village. I wonder why. I mean, the idea that unless you learn things in English, you don't learn anything, what rubbish. Do the Japanese learn everything in English? Do the Russians learn learn the science in English? No. Even the Europeans, the Dutch or the Germans or the French, they learn science in their mother tongue. And they really are, on top of the scientific world. So, I mean, why this idea that, unless you read your textbooks, science textbooks in English, you will not learn science? It's absolutely rubbish. Why can't we have good science books in Odia? Why can't science be taught in Odia? At least in the first few classes. So I believe that every Odia child, I would like to see every Odia child bilingual, able to speak in his mother tongue as well as in English. And in my view, the teaching of English should not begin before the age of about 6 or 7 or 8, I would say, even 8. So when the child is maybe in class 4 or 5, that's the time you can start beginning English. And of course, you don't begin English by teaching A's for apple, B's for ball, C's for cat, rubbish. That kind of teaching has to stop. When you teach the alphabet, that's not how children learn language. No, that's where we are very far behind the rest of the world. See? For example, I think our teachers have no idea of what is called phonics. How important the sound of a word is to get the meaning of the word. So the teaching of English also needs a revolution. And that can only come after a number of years of mother tongue learning. So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to emphasize is, although we say that the child needs exposure to literature also, I would like to make a distinction, if you like, between two kinds of literature. You can call both literature, but they're different kinds of writing. There is what we call literature, which is primarily focused on emotion, on the beauty of language, aesthetics, and so on. And there is literature which is primarily focused on ideas, knowledge, what I call knowledge texts. Our children don't get any exposure to knowledge texts. Are there any books in Odia? Have you come across any books in Odia meant for children which explain what a virus is? What is meant by mutation of the coronavirus? You know, all these simple ideas which the child is listening to every day. Are there any textbooks, any books which a child can read in class 4, 5, 6 in Odia and get an idea of the basic knowledge of the world? It's not provided. So what one very important part of teaching, important part of education is providing suitable knowledge text written in the mother tongue. See, if you look at what is taught in the ODI syllabus in the schools, mostly poetry, classical poetry, Upendra Bhanja, things like that. Bhima Bhoi. Okay, that has a place. It has its own place, but to start with, I think the child needs a lot of exposure to what I have called knowledge texts in Odia. Those texts are not being produced. They're not being made available. Books written in an interesting way, books printed in an interesting way with attractive pictures, diagrams, and so on, in the mother tongue, explaining some very everyday, basic everyday concepts in science, in history, and so on. Where are they? They're not being made available. So such books, knowledge, what I call knowledge text, should also form a part of literature teaching. So there has to be a good balance between literature in the traditional sense, where you have things like poetry, maybe drama, and so on, and what I'm calling knowledge texts, okay, where there is a mixture of different. It's an introduction basically to the world, in an introduction to the whole world around us, but in the mother tongue. See, unless the primary knowledge is conveyed in the mother tongue, it will not be meaningful to the child. A child cannot be educated, an Odia child, in my opinion, cannot be educated in an English medium school. What they give you is not education, something else. So those are my ideas. I'm sorry I've taken up more time than I intended. I don't know how much meaning, how much sense I've conveyed, but these are ideas that have been troubling me for a very long time. I know because I've tried speaking to the education minister about these ideas, and because they just laughed, I suppose. What I said had made no sense to them. So, take it or leave it. These are my ideas. And thank you very much for inviting me. Anand?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for touching on open literature and ELT and aesthetics and the kind of literature available and how primary students can be educated in mother tongue. Thank you so much, sir, for your patience. Thank you. Now we have with us Professor Mohan Ramanam from University of Hyderabad. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. We have also been joined by Dr. Avilas Naik, Senior Regional Director, Regional Center Partner, Regional Center Partner. And we are so happy, sir. Wish you all a happy Teachers' Day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sir, a few words, sir. Mohan, sir. Mohan, sir.
Well,
I request you to speak a few words, sir.
Okay. I am very happy to be here. Two of my students are in the audience. I think three. Panchanand Delai from Banaras, Shatarupa Mishra, and Anand Mahanand himself. So it's a wonderful opportunity on Teachers' Day to be able to, actually see people whom I have not seen for God knows how many years now. Turning to the present subject on hand, the teaching of language through literature. I think Professor Bikram Das has made an excellent presentation, and you can see the effect of the years and years of experience which he has accumulated. And I think there is wisdom in what he has said. My own career as primarily a teacher of literature, uh, I know is in a way incomplete because I did not get into the language teaching um, um, aspect much, but I do recognize that if you teach about and making some general remarks about how wonderful Milton is, or how spontaneous Wordsworth is, but you need to show through concrete and involvement with words exactly what makes for that spontaneity and that greatness. So I think you can't be a good teacher of literature if you do not have a sense of language and of course a competent. Uh, Unfortunately, in departments of English, there is a division and people think that the literature teacher is an enemy of the language teacher and that the language teacher is out to finish off the literature teacher. This is unfortunate and also immature. On the other hand, is as Professor Das said, this artificial distinction drawn between literature and language is obliterated, then we'll be in a much better position to do the work we are called upon to do. I think in my own university, at the University of Hyderabad, after years and years of debate, we finally decided that we would have an English language teaching center. And that center was manned or womaned by colleagues of mine in the English department. But we decided that this split is only temporary because, at least I felt it was temporary, because the final goal is for us to have strong departments of English where both language teaching and the technical aspects of language teaching and the study of culture and literature will go hand in hand in an integrated fashion. And I would say that in a small but significant way, I had a role in the establishment of that center. I've been very, very touched by your affection. Thank you very much for inviting me to this seminar or webinar. We've got to get used to these new technological terms. I always say seminar or a conference, but a webinar, as they now call it, is the word to use. And I wish every one of you a great success in your careers as teachers of English. And I'm looking forward to this presentation by Anand Mahanand, which I think will be following now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Now I request Professor Anand Mahanand to start his session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll take a couple of minutes to share my screen. Now, can you see the screen?
I request all the participants to make notes of the points, sir, of Anand sir's presentation session, please.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. slideshow mode? Can you tell me? Or
No, sir, your Google screen is visible, sir.
Slides. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So thank you for this opportunity. I would like to start by paying my tribute to my teachers. My Guruji, Professor Mahanand, is here. He is my professor. I did my MPhil and PhD with him, and he has been guiding me throughout. So I pay tribute to all the teachers, and it was wonderful to listen to Professor B.K. Das and good insights. He has made my job easy. So happy Teachers' Day to all of you. We'll start the session now. Let us begin with the title first. The title is Teaching Language Through Literature. Yeah, all of us have learned our English by reading or listening to literature, literary pieces, whether it is rhyme or stories or so on. So what is new about teaching language through literature? Anyway, it is done. One may ask this question. But the debate continues, as you have heard from two of our speakers. There is a divide between language and literature teaching. And it was very strong. This divide was widely visible in the 1970s with the emergence and dominance of the structural approach. It was thought that literature was not needed. It was not suitable for language learning. But after the communicative language teaching was introduced, it has come back. So that is why this topic. So the objective of my presentation will be to sensitize us to different aspects of literature and explore how they can be used or how they can facilitate language teaching and learning. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'll be doing these many things. Yeah, we'll try to understand the concept of literature. We'll look at different definitions and their pedagogical implications, the role of literature in language teaching, and we'll also look at some of the examples which will help us to design tasks and teach literary pieces. Okay, first let us understand the concept called literature. What are the definitions? It's difficult to define. One expert said it is like defining marriage. You know what marriage is, but you cannot define it. Even if you define it, you will be partially defining it. So all these definitions are given by my students. I asked them in the class, what do you feel? What do you think? What is literature? Then they said, literature is one's ideas expressed in writing, or literature is the imaginative expression of a writer. Literature is the writer's thought and ideas put in written form. Literature is written works such as novels, plays, and poems, which are of artistic values. Literature is all the works, articles, etc. on a particular subject. Literature is printed material. This is also literature material meant for giving information. For example, you get a user manual when you buy a computer or a washing machine or something. That is also literature. So all these are touching upon some aspects of literature, but not the whole thing. All right, now let us look at different definitions given by experts. We'll consider 10 definitions and what are their classroom implications. Literature is defined by Iris Murdoch as literature could be a sort of disciplined technique for arousing certain emotions. So, according to Murdoch, it is a disciplined technique. When a writer writes a poem, they have to follow certain rules of composition, of writing. They have to conform to the form, and the diction is important. You cannot put any word you like. Choice of word or diction is important. If you don't place a proper word, then the meaning will change. All right. Why does William Blake says, "Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry?" Why is he using the word frame instead of make? Because that has some significance. So there are many examples like that. So it is a discipline technique, and also it arouses certain emotions. All of us are aware of rasa theory in our Indian poetics, and according to rasa theory, we have 9 rasas or 9 emotions. They are dormant in us, and they are aroused when we come across a work of art or a piece of literature. If you read something very sad, you feel, or you empathize with the character, you feel sad. Some people weep. So what is the classroom implications of this definition? This means we have to encourage learners to explore literary strategies such as that are available in a text, aesthetics and philosophical meanings that are inherent in a text. We have to help learners find out or explore that. Professor Vikadas was saying that his teacher used to give certain phrases, and they have to remember, and it happens in our context also. Now also it is happening. So teachers just explain the poem, and they sometimes write the answer on the board, or they dictate, and we have to remember those things and we have to write in exam. So that is not the thing. That should not be the case. We should help learners to discover the nuances, the strategies, the literary devices used by the writer. Okay, so Ezra Pound defines literature as the great literature is simply charged with meaning to the utmost. Great literature is simply charged with meaning to the utmost. Great literature is packed with meaning. Literary lines are packed with meaning, and you have to uncode them. We have to understand them, decode them. So that means we have to encourage learners to explore the underlying meaning in a text. Ezra Pound is an imagist, and he has written the shortest poem in the world, and that consists of only 14 words, and that doesn't have any word. This is the line. This is the poem. Uh, the apparition of the faces in the crowd, petals on a wet black ball. Okay. Uh, or this poem has full of meaning. You have to. These words are packed with meaning, so we have to decode them. Or let us say another poem by Shakespeare. All of us are familiar with this. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. So, all the world's a stage that conveys the temporary nature of human life, and also that gives us value education. We think that the world is ours, the future, even the future is ours, but that is not the case. We are here for a few years, few days. Okay, and we have to play our parts. It talks about the 7 parts human beings have to go through and all, but this conveys meaning. So it looks simple, but it has a wealth of meaning. So these things we have to help learners to explore. Then the third definition, according to the formalist, literature is a special use of language which achieves its distinctness by deviating from and distorting practical language. Roman Jacobson and his team, they are called the formalists. They gave importance to language and linguistic devices. So Victor Slovatsky, one of the members of this Jacobson group, said a writer defamiliarizes a known thing, a familiar thing. He or she makes it different, look uncommon or strange. All right. So writers write in a different way, the same thing in a different way. For example, this particular poem by Robert Burns. Oh, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like a melody that's sweetly played in tune. Instead of saying that my beloved is beautiful, the poet is using all these devices, all these words. Maybe if he uses simple words in simple way, the beloved will say this fellow is a prosaic fellow. He doesn't have romantic sense. All right. So like that, instead of saying that we have been married for 20 years and so on, and the poet is saying, though wedded we have been these twice 10 tedious years. Though wedded we have been these twice 10 tedious years. So different ways of saying things, different ways of using words. And these we have to help our students to notice in the classroom. Then the fourth definition is by Terry Eagleton. He says, any bit of writing may be read non-pragmatically, and that is in part reading a text as literature means, just as any writing may be read poetically. So if I pour over the railway timetable, not to discover a train connection, but to stimulate in my myself general reflections on the speed and complexity of modern existence, then I might be said to be reading it as literature. So he means to say that it doesn't matter what you are reading. You might be reading a railway timetable or a novel. It depends on how you interpret. Okay, so the classroom implication of this will be, it doesn't matter what text you are using, it depends on how you interpret it. So you might be using a railway timetable, but you will be thinking about the existence of human beings, the predicament of human beings, how human beings have become so busy, so mechanical, and so on, uh, running after money, running after unnecessary things, and so on. So it doesn't matter whatever text we are using. That, that can be read as a literary piece also. He is giving a broader definition of literature. This is a debatable thing, and now we are not going to go into it. All right. Now, from Fitt and Carter, they have given a long definition of literature, and I'll just tell or explain this in a simple way, in a short form. They are basically saying that syllabus makers or people who decide syllabus, uh, they it depends on their ideology, their belief uh, to include what text should be uh, prescribed. If they like certain text, they prescribe that. If they don't like, they don't. For example, there'll be a member who would say, oh, this is a beautiful poem, or this is a beautiful essay. I had it in my graduation, I loved a lot. So the same thing he will prescribe. We, all of us have our hobby horses to run, all right? But we don't see whether that text will be useful to the learner in the present context, whether that text will be suitable. We don't do any needs analysis of the learners. We just want to prescribe what we love. And that's how things happen. So when we are selecting text, it should be inclusive. Professor Das talked about what to include, what not to include. But when we select text, when we frame a syllabus, we should keep this in mind. We should have British literature, we should have Shakespeare. We should also have post-colonial literature, Indian literature, and so on. It should be inclusive, and children like that. Children need that. They also need language. Language doesn't mean English language, but our goal should be to make them multilinguals. Grace Pally says, literature, fiction, poetry, whatever makes justice in the world, that's why it is almost always on the side of the underdog. So literature is, the writers usually are, they are the pathfinders of our society. They say things, they can foresee things and predict things. All right. They are called the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Poets. They did talk about nature, preserving nature and all that. And we know now what is happening to the world. So, but we don't listen. That is the reality, but it's all right. They do raise social and ethical concerns. For example, Dr. Mohan Senapati talked about women education in his story, Rebati. Mulkraj Anand talked about untouchable, the problem of caste and untouchability in this novel. Uncle Stump Cabin talks about the slavery system, and this particular novel was means it could have some impact on the on Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln. Then Gopinath Mohanty's Harijan, which was published in 1948, and it has been recently translated by Professor V.K. Das. So all these texts, you have many texts like that. They talk about social issues. They try to raise our social concern. Then Vladimir Nabokov says literature and butterflies are two sweetest passions known to man. In earlier case, we said that literature has a social role to play. Here, there is another dimension, another way of defining literature. It means we should look at only aesthetics, beauty and aesthetics. Okay, we should explore those things. Art for art's sake, that is the slogan. Ronald Barthes says, literature is the question minus the answer. Literature or a literary writer, a poet or a short story writer poses questions to us, and we have to find the answer. Everything is not given. For example, in Solitary Reaper, Prasad says, at the end, he says, will no one tell me what song she sings, what she sings, what she sings? So we don't know. We have to find out that. We have to find out that. He is directly posing a question. In certain cases, the writer will give you a situation and ask you to find out the answer. For example, Tagore's Khokababur Pratyavartan, or it is translated as the Little Master's Return. There he poses a question, means he gives a situation. We don't know what happened to the child. And the servant, that is Raicharan, he brings back his own son, but we don't know whether it was his son, Falna. Okay, so we don't know exactly, but what happened to the child and whether it was his own son and all such things we are not aware of. The writer gives a situation and we have to find out the answer. In the same manner, you might have read The Model Millionaire by Oscar Wilde. The model millionaire comes and meets the person who gives him the amount. I'll tell you the story. See, there is a person who doesn't have regular income. Okay, he doesn't have regular income. He doesn't have a regular job, and he meets his friend who is an artist. He'll be doing a picture of a beggar, and there is a model millionaire, the richest man of the town, who poses as a beggar. And this person, Hughie, that is Hughie, this person, the unemployed fellow, he is not aware that this person who is posing as a beggar is a model and he is a millionaire. He is the richest man of the town. So looking at his expression, he feels pity for the person, and he thinks that he really looks like a beggar, he must be a beggar or something. And he asks his friend, the painter, to give him some money. He gives some money and he says, you better give this to the beggar. Then the millionaire who poses as the beggar comes to know about it, and uh, he is pleased to meet Hughie, because I don't know why he goes and meet. That is unsaid. We don't know. The writer doesn't say. We have to find out why the model millionaire is happy with Hughie. Why is he happy? Uh, Maybe there are many answers. Maybe he was pleased that Hughie was considerate. He had a soft corner. He was kind enough for poor people. That could be one thing. Second could be that he, Hughie uh, was able to recognize the part he did. The model millionaire, he posed as a beggar. So his his artistic value was recognized by Hughie. Maybe he was pleased with that. All these answers are not there. So we have to find out the answer. We have to help learners find out the answer, because literature poses questions and we should try to find out the answers. Now we shall look at some aspects. Before this, let me tell you that all those definitions that were given by experts also, they touch upon some aspects of literature. They are also not able to define it entirely. Now let us look at the role of literature in language teaching. First is that literature or literary pieces are motivational materials. They motivate learners. Children love stories. Children love poems. Okay, so they are motivational materials. They help learners to learn, and if motivation is there, language learning can be smoother. It will be easier. So, because children should love what they have to read. Okay, so they are motivating materials. Then literature has enduring effect. Enduring effect, the effect of literature. Whatever we have read as children, we remember them. You cannot forget the story Inoria, Budha Sankhari, or Tagore's Kabuliwala, or The Little Master I was talking about, or Oscar Wilde's The Model Millionaire, Chekhov's stories, Tolstoy's stories. You can't forget. They have a lasting impact on us. And because we remember those things, we can use that, and we can talk about that. We can write about that. We can use our language. We can use our language to talk or to speak about that. And that is language development. That is language development. Okay, whatever we read as part of our syllabus, that language will not come from the book to our head, but that is just a pretext. Text is a pretext. So using that, we are using our existing knowledge, and that is contributing to language development. Then variety, literature is a vast area and it has variety. You have Victorian poets, metaphysical poets, uh, modern poets, you have postmodern poetry and so on. So you can pick up, you have autobiographies, biographies, you have short stories, British short stories, American short stories, Indian short stories. Within India, stories in so many languages. So you read whatever you like, you prescribe whatever you like, you teach whatever you like. So literature offers variety. Literature is also a good vehicle for language enrichment. Jane Wellis talks about three conditions for language learning. One is motivation. I was talking about literature and motivational materials. Motivation. Second is exposure. And third is practice. If three conditions are given to a child, the child will learn better. So, in language, literature provides all these conditions. A child is motivated to learn, and literature provides exposure. Literature also makes learner practice things. Yeah. The next one is language awareness. We are aware of different uses of language through literature. If you are reading Huckleberry Finn, you have a character called Jim there, and Jim talks uses a different kind of language. He will say, "I don't know nothing." He is using double negation. I don't know nothing. So that kind of expression is available in different contexts in different countries. You cannot say that they speak wrong English. That is not wrong English. They use that. So we have to understand that. We have to understand what they are saying. So literary works will make us aware of different uses of language. Special use of language. Special use of language. As we have seen, poets and writers use different different kind of devices, different words, they coin different terms. Wonderful, wonderful words, and they have meaning, pregnant with meaning. They are. I'll give you an example of Gangadhar Meher. In Tapaswini, he starts with Mangalacharana, and he says, "Kiye go tu Jyotirmoyi Shuddha Subhra Bhusa Besa Indranila Jyoti Jita Manohara Kesa." Kiye go tu Jyotirmoyi Shuddha Subhra Besa Indranila Jyoti Jita Manohara Kesa. Indranila Jyotijita, I am fascinated by these two terms used by Gangadhar Meher. Indranila, morning, the gem, okay. Indranila, and the light or the expression or the power of Indranila gem. The hair is shining or giving expression of, and it is in fact giving, it is looking more beautiful than this particular gem. Okay, Indranila Jyoti Jita. Okay, that kind of light, that kind of beauty, your hair surpasses that. Okay, so that kind of words poets coin, and that is that we have to explore, and there is scope for exploration, there is scope for uh, thinking and use. Then multiple interpretations. This particular uh, example I gave on Gangadhar Meher, Kiye Gotu Jyotirmoyi Shuddha Subhra Vesa, Indranila Jyotijita Manohara Kesa. It has multiple interpretations. You think that this is uh, who is the poet referring to? Some say that it's a Mangalacharana, so and it is about Sita. Tapaswini is Sita, so it is about Sita. But another person says it is not about Sita, it is about Saraswati, because looking at the attire, Suddha Subhra Vesa, it is Saraswati. So you have multiple interpretation. Same text can be interpreted in different ways, in many different ways. Let me share an example with you, an experience in fact. As part of my MA, I had to write a small assignment on the relationship between Robinson Crusoe and Man Friday. So I wrote my assignment. I said that they had very good relationship, and Man Friday was very obedient, very gentle, very polite, and so on. So I submitted my assignment. My teachers said, but why there was this unequal relationship? Why there was unequal relationship? They were not friends or anything. So the same thing, the relationship can be interpreted in different ways. Like that, you have a novel. You have a novel by William Golding. It's called Lord of the Flies, and it can convey a lot of interpretation, a lot of meanings. It can offer a lot of interpretation, different interpretations. It can be called as a social criticism. It can be called as a novel about human nature, because the boys, they go and organize and they kill one of them, and there is some disruption, there is disturbance. So wherever human beings go, they try to organize them, and also there'll be infights. All right, so it may be read as a novel about human nature. It also has a lot of biblical overtones. Okay, so one text, many interpretations. Then value education. Literary text can offer, or they can teach us values. Our epics, the Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are full of ethics. They talk about relationship and so on. They talk about relationship. Ramayana is about relationship, how a brother, elder brother has to be respected, younger brothers to be given affection and things like that. Well, then there are spiritual literatures that talk about lessons that are good for human beings who have our own Odia Bhagavata. I'll just say a few lines from that. Pathe pathuki jana praye jagate kichi sthira nuhe. Pathe pathuki jana praye jagate kichi sthira nuhe. So we are all like pilgrims. We are travelers, and nothing is permanent in this world. Okay, so value education, there are many things that can be said about value education. let's say Shakespeare text Macbeth teaches us that to be over ambitious is suicidal. It can be suicidal, and then you have Hamlet. Suspicion could be suicidal. So a lot of things we learn from literary texts, and nowadays some of the values that are inherent in Shakespeare text are also used for management purposes. Then cultural literacy. Literary texts are vehicle for cultural education, cultural literacy. For example, uh, there is a story called Dharmapada that will tell about how the famous Konark temple was built. Then if you read Mayadharman Singh's Mahanand Chilika Vihar, you will know about the ancient heritage of Odisha, the trade and communication we had developed with other countries and so on. If you read a text that is set in Kerala, you'll know about culture or some aspects of culture in Kerala. If you are reading a text that is set in America, you will learn about that, about American culture. So cultural literacy is possible by using literary text. Now we'll just reflect on a text. Can I have 10 minutes, Panchanan? Or
Yes.
10 minutes should be fine? Or
Yeah, 10 minutes, sir.
Yeah, 10 minutes, I'll wind up. Okay, we were talking about language and literature, teaching. When we teach language, we can sensitize our students to, when we teach literature, we can sensitize our students to language aspects. It is possible. It is possible. For example, look at this text, Bleak House, Dickens' Bleak House. And this is full of language, full of figures of speech or metaphors. The fog metaphor has been used here. And fog means disturbance. Fog doesn't allow you to speak. It means confusion. Doesn't allow you to see. Fog. So fog metaphor is there, and that is used to describe how the judicial system in England can be disturbing, can be harmful to people. Fog, and the way the writer has used this particular metaphor, fog up the river, fog down the river, fog on the Essex marshes, fog in the eyes of throats. So the dramatic way of using the fog metaphor. Fog means the pervasive destructive power of judicial system, and it is repeatedly used. This idea is reinforced many times. So it has a dramatic effect. So, and also it is used as a noun prepositional phrase, and which is demonstrative. Okay, and it demonstrates tellingly how folk has established its destructive power. So such linguistic elements can convey a lot of things, can help us to understand or interpret a text. Then I would just show a few examples of teaching different stages or teaching a poem or a short story. Let's say we are going to teach a poem by Rabindranath Tagore. So if they are advanced students, let's say intermediate students, we can just give them a glimpse or some idea about the writer. Then we can uh, activate their schema by brainstorming, or that kind of preparation can be done. For example, that poem is talking about what the mind is without fear, is talking about freedom. So this picture we can show and ask them to discuss in pairs. We can show a video. We can also ask them a few questions. If all these things are not available, we can just ask them to ask a few questions. So, but the main point is that their schema should be activated. If we prepare them for the text by creating a context or by activating their schema, that will help them to understand the text. Then another way of activating their schema or relating to the text is also giving them a few words in the beginning that are related to the theme of the poem or the story. You might have come across such words in the beginning of a text. Then ask them to read. Uh, the teacher can read it aloud, and then ask them to read it aloud, and also give them a silent reading. Give the text a silent reading. Then we can ask them some questions that will help them to speak about the poem. Yeah, elicit information about the poem instead of dictating what we feel about a poem and so on. So for vocabulary questions, we can give such, for vocabulary development, we can give such questions. Then for writing skills, also we can give questions of this kind. These are just examples, possibilities, only possibilities. Similar exercises can be done, or material preparation can be done. Like if we are teaching the Model Millionaire by Oscar Wilde, we just introduce the writer, then prepare the learners by activating their schema, by showing a film. For this, I think you can show this film QSQT, Kayamat Se Kayamat Tak. That was very famous when we were studying in college. My friend saw it for 13 times. All right, so show that film where love affair is not approved by parents and so on. Okay, so that will help them to connect with the text, because this is a text where the father doesn't approve of the relationship, or some words can be given. This is the text. Wonderful story. I like the phrases and so on. And okay, we are not going. This is the story, and it goes to here. Then after that, reading skills, you can give questions, or you can give tasks that would facilitate communication skills. This is based on information gap activities. So what we have done is we divide the class into two groups. A group has information, B group has the question, and they have to find out that, okay, they have to find out that this is based on the task proposed by NS Prabhu, information gap activity, reasoning gap activity, and so on. Okay, so language use. Then for writing skills, we can give questions and opinion gap activity. information gap activity, reasoning gap activity, and opinion gap, opinion-based activities can be given as. So in conclusion, I would like to say that literature offers enormous potential for language skills development and literary appreciation. I have just suggested a few examples using literary text for language use and literary appreciation. Literary appreciation I have touched upon only a bit because I did talk about appreciating characters and all as tasks. The examples are for different levels. So one may say that this is meant for school children only. Okay, but certain texts are meant for university level also. For example, Dickens' Bleak House, that is meant for advanced level, very advanced level. This is not to suggest, so they can be adapted. You may also say that we already have a prescribed text. What is the use of your task? These are just possibilities, and there is scope for adopting and adapting. We can adopt these tasks in our context. We can also adapt materials, insert things uh, that we make, and we can make it meaningful, make our teaching meaningful. So ELT, language through literature, is an area within ELT, language through literature, and there are experts and there are books available. One can read them. These are the books. You can take a picture of this. Then I wind up with a quote by Roman Jacobson. Uh, he says, a linguist deaf to the poetic functions of language and a literary scholar indifferent to linguistics are equally flagrant anachronisms. So there has to be integration of language and literature. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your brilliant and engaging sessions. I'm pretty sure that the participants might have enjoyed it, might have found it useful, educative, and informative. Could you please stop your screen, sir?
Option. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much once again for your brilliant session. Now I request Deepak Burma to summarize
Yes, sir.
your response,
Ye-
please. Deepak Burma.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Bikram K. Das, former Professor, CIEFL Hyderabad and National University of Singapore. Honorable Resource Person, Professor A. Mahanand, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Respected Mr. Panchananduria, the founder, English Support Mission, and of course, dear participants. A very warm afternoon to one and all. What an amazing session it was indeed. Needless to say, Professor A. Mahanand, sir, the most adorable personality, has really unfolded the most coveted aspect of English language. That is none other than teaching language through literature. This is the topic which is very crucial aspect, but when it comes to implementation in the class at any level, it has been found even good teachers aren't aware of this fact and they just teach dreaming for the desired outcome, but get failed perhaps. Hence, as English volunteers, revolutionaries and volunteers as well, we need to enlighten educators with this particular concept, that is teaching language through literature. I'm sure every one of us must have been benefited with the talk by respected sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful talk. I'm really honored to summarize this particular session by sir. Now, with no delays, let us recapitulate today's talk. Sir has told us about understanding the concept of literature and definitions and its pedagogical implications. He gave several definitions of literature by various literary laureates. He gave the idea of encouraging learners to explore literary strategies used in a text, aesthetics and philosophical meanings inherent in a text. He said, encourage learners to explore the underlying meaning in a text. The most significant thing he exposed is literature is special use of language. Yes, it is indeed. He also added, encourage close reading of the text. Besides, it does not matter what text taking, sorry, it has very special effect in your teaching. He said, selecting text for an inclusive syllabus is a wonderful idea, and also to raise social and ethical concerns, for example, untouchable, Harijan, etc. He has given many examples where we can see social and ethical concerns in literature or through literature, whatever. Also, he added, analyze text for aesthetics and exploration of beauty. He quoted Ronald Barthes' perspective that literature is the question minus and answers. For example, will no one tell me what she sings? In The Solitary Reaper by William Wordsworth, he also talked about the role of literature in language teaching. For example, motivational materials, variety, cultural literacy, value education, and many more. He emphasized that if a child gets exposure, motivation, and practice, he can learn more and more. He elaborated Bleak House to explore language. Eventually, he gave some strategies as to how we can teach language through literature. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, once again.
Thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you,
you,
Deepak
sir.
Burma. Thank you so much for this beautiful summarization.
Most welcome, sir.
We have also been joined by Professor Sisir Swai, a retired professor from Sambalpur University. Gangadhar Meher University, Sambalpur. Are you there, sir? We have with us Dr. Mahendra Kumar Mishra, a renowned folklorist of India. I would like to request Dr. Mahendra Mishra to speak a few words. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir, he is there. Sir, please unmute yourself. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you all. This is and a happy Teachers' Day to you all. Today it is very interesting to listen to Professor Anand Mahanand related to the from literature to literacy. Here I just picked up only one word that is called social justice and ethics in literacy. Whatever you teach, whether mother tongue or English, that does not matter. But why are you teaching at all? And what is the values of teaching? And after that teaching, it is not the question of reading and writing, but what are those knowledges that the students used to have in their life? That is most important. I congratulate Professor Mahanand and the organizer of this webinar. This is a very valuable thing that in many universities we used to find that this type of presentations are not available. So I really congratulate the team, the English language mission, to make it a public intellectual activity other than the schools and colleges. So I would hope that in future, and most of the rural areas and tribal areas of India, this type of efforts should be taken up. Nowadays, we find that all these things are very much available in the metropolitan city and universities and big institutions. But below that,
we don't find the district level and the block level resource centers on language, particularly mother tongue and English. And this type of efforts certainly help the teachers and the students to enter into the domain of cognitive language and cultural language and language for social justice, language for ecology, and so many things. And literature as a part of human expression is much more important than literacy. If literature is properly understood through comprehension and meaning, then the literacy will also be very easy for reading and writing. So there is a dichotomy, there are binary oppositions of this meaning and understanding and the reading and writing and decoding. In that case, if both the things can come together, that first of all, understanding and meaning making through literature, whatever may be that literature, oral literature or written literature or visual literature or performing arts, that does not matter. But in understanding and meaning making by the children with their prior knowledge. And secondly, the use of reading and writing from the same text that has been told orally or visually. That is the basics of our literacy. And in that literacy, the critical thinking is important in terms of exploring the social justice and human ethics. That what Professor Anand Mahanand has narrated. I am very much fascinated to that because of most of the modern society also. Although we see that people are literate, they are not in favor of social justice. And there is a social divide, literacy divide, digital divide, an economic divide, and injustice is there. So if literature and education has to create a social coherence, a social development, then social justice is a must. I think that whatever may be the subject, the social justice must cater to the needs of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think, is there Dr. Avilash Nayak? Shivranshu?
Yes, just a minute, sir.
Sisir Soin sir is there? Anand sir?
Sisir sir is here in the meeting, sir.
Okay, please. I request Sisir Soin sir to speak a few words. Over to you, sir. Professor Sisir Soin.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Namaste.
Namaste. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. Thank you. Very good afternoon to you all. In fact, this has been a wonderful day, wonderful session on a day, on a teacher's day. I have been a teacher myself, and I'm thankful to you to have organized a meeting on a webinar on language through literature. This has been a wonderful time actually, even for me, even though I have been teaching for a long time. I have already taught for 38 years, and recently I took retirement from government service. I'm still a teacher myself, and a teacher never retires. So that is how I keep on learning. And I would like to thank particularly English Support Mission. I was introduced to this by Professor Anand Mahanand. I'm thankful to him. And at this time, I would like to say that English Support Mission is doing a wonderful job, particularly when I think of ESM. You know, the nomenclature has been very thoughtfully done, because you could have called it English support corridors, English support environment, English matters, or anything like that, even English support family. But then that would have lost, I mean, by doing that, you would have lost that cutting edge, but you called it or even now you call it English Support Mission, and rightly so. Mission, as I understand, stands for selflessness and dedication. You not only say that, you are doing that as well. So for all of us who have studied in Odia medium schools, there is a great need of support, of missionary support to develop our English, and English Support Mission is doing that very well. Congratulations. And when I think of teaching, I think there is a teacher in all of us, and that teacher can never die. Because we constantly keep on learning. The day we stop learning, the teacher in us dies. A teacher dies in a way. So even from that point of view, I should congratulate and thank English Support Mission for doing a wonderful job, because you keep you help people keep on learning, and that helps every teacher like me and every one of us. Thank you for this wonderful day. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Thank you so much indeed. Subhranshu, is there Dr. Avlas Nayak?
No, sir, I don't find him.
Avlas, sir, I request Dr. Arun Behera to speak a few words. Dr. Arun Behera, Associate Professor of English, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Bangalore.
Thank you, Panchanan. Happy Teachers Day to all my colleagues and my teachers. There couldn't have been a better moment or an opportune moment than today to have a webinar like this amidst having all the teachers around us. I have my teacher, Professor Raj Gopal, Professor Anand Mahanand, and many others. And even though they may not have taught me, Professor Das, for example, at FLU, may not have taught me, but still he is our teacher. And the way Professor Das gave a brief note about the language and ELT in particular and methods and all those, that's mind-boggling. And I also listened intently to Professor Mahanand's presentation of how language helps in teaching, how literature helps in teaching literature, teaching language. When we of course, as a teacher, we don't segregate them and then say, and don't compartmentalize them. This is literature, that is language. When it comes to teaching a piece of literature, we automatically build in vocabulary for all those 4 skills, LSRW, and on top of that, vocabs and other skills as well. But then with his vast experience and the production at the production department, materials production department, he has been instrumental in doing that, and therefore he could make it. He could segregate in and then put things in place. Thank you, Panchanan, Subhranshu, Nishant, and all the people from English Support Mission to have organized this thing today, and also for organizing many more sessions throughout. I also must thank Professor Mahendra Mishra, whom in fact I listened to his talk yesterday, day before yesterday, I think, Government College, Kalahandi University. So that was an enticing talk. And also Professor, I came to meet virtually, though, Professor Swain from GM University. So it was a lovely take. It was a good take on ESM. The way he presented that he could have, Panchanan and their team could have chosen anything else, but when they chose a name like Mission, English Support Mission, there is something there. All of us do something, but also the name should also suggest what we actually do. So there must be a synchronous a sync between what we think and what we do. And English Support Mission has been doing that actually. Whatever is there in their thought to develop rural youth, to train rural youth, to empower and facilitate learning in the rural youth, they are also showing it, and they are doing it in letter and spirit. Thank you. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Uh, may I request Dr. Rajgopal? Rajgopal sir is there?
No, sir, he's not there.
Okay. Now I request you to coordinate the question answer session.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I request all the participants to please raise their hands for the question answer session so that we may do it, conduct it. Or else you can write in the chat box also.
Is there any questions from any participants?
Sir, there is one question in the chat box from Shatrupa ma'am. She has a question regarding symbolism and the teaching of language. I request ma'am to please unmute.
Thank you, sir. It was a very interesting presentation, and it kept me absorbed all through the session. I just wanted to share something from my experience of teaching literature to students here in Government Women's College, Bhavanipatna. As you know that here, the student population consists mostly of tribal and, tribal girls and girls coming from underprivileged family background. So there was this particular story, Catherine Mansfield's Miss Brill, and it was part of the course, and I was trying to teach them the concept of symbolism, because the neck fur piece was supposedly a symbol for Miss Brill's life itself. So what the problem I faced was they could not identify with that fur neck piece and what it meant to, what was it a symbol of, and no matter how much I explained, it did not get through. But then I thought of another thing. Because I knew that feather was a thing that was much associated with cultural functions. So I asked them that, what does a feather mean to you? And surprisingly, sir, even reticent girls, they came up with answers like bravery, or camaraderie, or I mean, not those words, but what they meant by that. So as you rightly said, if we are to explain the concept of symbolism and what it means for words to stand for things other than what they signify, I mean, we must include texts which have symbols related to their culture. So I would like to listen to you about this aspect.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. And I am happy that you went to their culture before explaining symbolism. In tribal culture, in their songs, there are a lot of symbols. A lot of the symbols they use. Even in their conversation, they use a lot of symbols. And we should start with that. We should give examples from their culture, and maybe bring them to the symbols that are used in English. I'm glad that you did that. But you don't have any question. Okay, Subhranshu, go ahead.
So actually, that was my question, that shouldn't this be the attitude while, as I said, selecting materials for compiling them into a book and prescribing them for the students? I mean, your take on it. That was all.
Yeah, Yeah, you are right. That should be the attitude. We should take them from known to unknown. That should be the philosophy, educational
Right, sir.
philosophy. Yeah.
True. Thank you.
Sir, the next question is of Shabir Ahmed, sir. He has raised his hand.
Sir, please, I have a question. The question is, today in the age of technology, we see a lot of audio stories. So can we use these audio stories as a way to teach English language through literature?
Yes. Yes, Shabir. Good to see you. And let me introduce Shabir. Shabir is from Bangladesh and he is working with me for his PhD. And a very interesting question, whether technology could be integrated. Yeah, we should integrate technology into language teaching, literature teaching, even folklore and all. So that is possible. Good that you brought this dimension. We should include more and more use of technology.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Next is with Pradeep, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hello, Kaun.
I think whether we should move from language to literature or literature to language. So I am in confusion that both are that it is both ways. Neither we can move from literature to language or language to literature in one direction, but we should move both from literature to language and language to literature. I think so.
Yeah, actually, we can combine both. We have to integrate both. Dr. Arun Sahu also mentioned this, that when we teach literature, we do teach language also simultaneously. We do teach language, and when we teach literature, we should be sensitive to language aspects and use different language elements in our teaching. That is what is needed. It is not either way, either or moving. We can do simultaneously, not moving from here to there or there to here. So for example, at the college level, at the undergraduate level, or PG level also, you are giving them assignments.
Today it was quite, the explanation was quite nice, and we feel grateful about this program.
Yes, thank you. So, for example, you are giving them assignment or making them write essays. So, by doing that, also you are teaching them language, asking them to write more. If they make mistakes, looking at their write-up and asking them to make changes. In the process of writing, help them to plan, brainstorm, help them to organize ideas, and also draft, make drafts, and edit. So instead of getting the final product or asking them to give you the essay, we should involve ourselves in the process of writing also. So in assignment, in assessment, in our everyday teaching, also language aspects can be integrated, and we should make extra efforts to develop language. Otherwise, as Professor Das mentioned, if they don't have language, they cannot have access to these great masters.
Sir, there is a question by Malavika ma'am in the chat box. And I request ma'am to please unmute herself. She wants to ask on cultural literacy.
Cultural literacy, that's an interesting aspect literature can offer. Uh, we know about different aspects of different cultures through literature. Without going to that place, without visiting the place, we know about their food habit, their rituals, their social customs, and also their historical heritage, cultural heritage through literature. There is one more question by Suchi Smita. Suchi's question, can you read? Or she can appear, put on her video and ask the question.
Yes, if Sujasmita ma'am is here, please, ma'am, unmute yourself.
Suchi is also my student. She did in film PhD with me. Uh, she has asked some question on CL.
Hello.
Yes, yes, Suchi, go ahead.
Wish you all a very Sir Pranam. Sir Pranam, sir. Sir, my question is, when we talk about teaching language through literature, and we talk about content language integrated learning, I was just wondering if we could just start breaking the stereotype that when we talk about using literature in language classrooms, we get to hear that, oh, literature, those means those long novels, difficult poems. How do we understand? Should we just start this approach by getting into this stereotypical thought and trying to just break it?
Yeah, there are some notions, some wrong notions about literature. Um, the first wrong notion is that literature means British literature. So if you ask somebody, they will say, I'm doing literature. What literature? No, English literature. So that person is doing PG in English literature. Instead of saying that, they will say, I'm doing literature because of the dominance, colonial dominance, who have inherited that. Literature doesn't mean only British literature. Literature also means Indian literature, American literature, uh, then South Asian literature, African literature. Great literary works are available. That is one thing. Second is that literature means those voluminous books. That is not true. And how can you teach those novels? If you are interested to teach those pieces, it is possible. You can take a chapter from a novel or a couple of pages from the novel and discuss that. Discuss that. Don't be afraid of big novels and all. And also, there is a notion that we cannot teach Shakespeare, for example. In one place, somebody asked me, how can you teach Shakespeare who is outdated? He wrote long back, 400, 500 years back. And, but as I believe that even Shakespeare can be taught, the text we are using, we are not taking language from that text directly, but you are using that as a stimulus, as a medium. Using that, we can facilitate the use of learners' language. They already have language, so they can talk, they can write, so they can use their existing language. That is possible. So that is a pretext. Text is a pretext, they say. So that this notion should be go. But one caution I like to mention here is that if you are teaching for specialized group, for example, a group of doctors, a group of engineers who want to improve their English for their communication purpose in their workplace, then we have to think twice. I mean, you have to make a selective use of literature there. This is, but for young learners, for uh, literature is a good medium, good resource.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, I think with the permission of the organizer, I take this opportunity to
Yes.
thank
Yes, Dr. P.
all my
Please
teachers
proceed.
here, Professor Mahanand, who taught me directly, and I wish Happy Teachers Day to him particularly, to Anand Bhai, who has been my super senior, and to all the fellow teachers here who are loved in here. I have a lot of questions rather, and that's my nature that I pose a lot of questions. I mean, there is nothing wrong in being polemical as we use in the theoretical way. Anand Bhai, you presented very well, particularly the way you know, put the relationship between literature and language in certain formulas in your slides. So it was very enlightening for hardcore literature teacher like me. But I have reservations in the way we are squarely holding literature as responsible for teaching language. For two reasons. One is that the discussion on the relationship between literature and language is not new. It is, it dates back to 4th century BC. You can think of Aristotle. You can think of King Alfred. And you can think of, Renaissance time. We are all from English discipline. Renaissance time. So much so there would be grammarians' words. There would be book on, pedagogy by Thomas Eliot, the school teacher. But therefore, I say, what I believe is that the discussion on language and literature is not something new. And in the Victorian period, you have Matthew Arnold, talks about that more and more generation will, come back to poetry and slash literature to interpret life, to console life, and to sustain life, right? And all these terms mean they have, voluminous meanings, multiple meanings. Okay, and you have F.R. Lewis also, you have T.S. Eliot also, you have Tagore, you have Aurobindo also, right? So the discussion is not something new. However, I would interject here, rather contribute that, should we really, bank on these literatures, canonical literatures that are there, or logocentric literature, as one of the participants was actually hinting at? What about, the symbols? What about the smileys? What about the new vocabularies, digital vocabularies, social media vocabularies, or generational vocabularies like awesome, mind-boggling, or all such things? So don't you think that we need to have a paradigm shift in thinking about what literature is? Let's say, for example, if Chetan Bhagat is there, or if any other contemporary writers are there who are writing in tune with the new generation expectations. So should we also not think that our earlier paradigm or parameters of relating literature and language be changed? This is one question for you. Let me finish my question, Anand bhai. I'm quite happy to see and meet Professor B.K. Das. Can I see him? Sir, are you there, sir? Professor B.K. Das.
Subran sir, please see whether sir is there or not.
No, sir, he is not visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No, he's not there. Sorry.
Yeah. So I had a question for him, particularly with Shakespeare's example that he was giving in. You see, the due for me as a teacher who is trained in cultural studies is not the natural due, as we tend to see. The due is basically a symbol, or you can say a metaphor for the first in mind ignorance, right? So how far therefore it is true to accept Shakespeare's languages altogether as the best model for teaching language to classrooms? That's my question for him. About my Odia fraternity, I'm away from Odisha for last 25 years. I have certain reservations the way they are opposing English, altogether. And the question is, my problem is that it is not English which is the enemy of Odia. There are many other languages which are basically, getting into the lingua franca of the Odia speakers, and by the most educated and by the most recognized, very popular establishments or apparatus, to use the word of Louis Althusser. So, don't you think that you have an enemy in your own country rather than English being, squarely blamed that we should learn Odia first? Do you learn Odia as Odia should be learned? So these are some of my observations I wanted to share. But thank you.
Yes, this was Panchu. This is Professor Panchanand Dalai from Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, BHU. Glad to see you. I call him Panchu affectionately because he was my junior, as he mentioned. So you have answered my questions. You have answered your question actually. So the concept of literature is changing, and we have to accept that. And so we have to move from or shift from the concept of literature, uh, which used to be there in the 1950s or 60s. That time, if you look at the Calcutta University syllabus, you'll find that it was highly anglicized. Only Milton and Dickens and few English writers were prescribed. Now we are trying to include literature from different countries, different contexts on different issues. So that's why I said it should be inclusive. And why not oral literature? Oral literature is also very strong, and that is the mother of all literature. All literatures, as somebody said, they are translation only. They have come from oral narratives. Okay, so those should be also included in the syllabus. And the second question about English, whether it is a killer language, or some people call it a killer language, some people call it lingua Frankenstein instead of lingua franca. They call it lingua Frankenstein. That is a very radical view of English. English came to us as a colonizer's language, and it is going to stay. We have internalized it as our own, and the purpose is not to teach English literature or to English as such, but to the purpose of teaching language is English is to create multilinguals. We can learn a lot of things through English, and we can also give a lot of things through English. For example, by translation and all.
Anand bhai,
yeah.
But in the postmodern context, also in the cultural studies context, there is this collapse of method. Any method is insufficient, or in other words, all methods are appropriate.
Yeah.
So how can we follow, certain methods as we are talking about?
Yeah, there is something called beyond method nowadays. So there is no prescribed method. We have to devise methods according to our context, our situation. And I will tell you about one word you used. I am a hardcore literature person. If you claim like that, many teachers you say like that, then you are closed. You are not open to other things. Language aspects and cultural studies and all those things are there interesting things. You are nobody should be a hardcore literature person, or nobody should be a hardcore language person. we should be open to
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. And any further questions from any participant?
Sir, there are two questions in the chat box.
Okay, please read it out. Please read it out.
Yes, sir. It's by Arzan Azmi. Nowadays, audiobooks are available and frequently used by learners as listening for pleasure. How can we use it as a teaching material for undergraduate learners in the classroom and beyond?
Yeah, Azran's question. What is it, Subhranshu?
Nowadays, audiobooks are available and frequently used by learners as listening for pleasure. How can we use it as a teaching material for undergraduate learners in the classroom and beyond?
Yeah, it's a good thing. There should be convergence of mediums and convergence of genres. Okay, all should be combined. Technology, audiobooks. For example, somebody has listened to an audio on a particular novel. Ask them to discuss that in the class, prescribe that same text in the class, and ask them to talk about it, write about it, and so on. So that's a good thing. We can combine. We can combine technology also. Somebody has read a novel using technology, okay, or heard a novel from Kindle or computer, and we can let them talk, let them discuss in the class. In fact, we should encourage learners to have a library. You decide together with the students. This semester, we are going to read 10 novels, okay? And you talk about that, come to the class and talk about that. And that will be helpful. That is called extensive reading. Okay, and extensive reading helps a lot. And that is possible. That extensive reading will help to develop their writing skills, speaking skills, vocabulary, grammar, and a lot of things, language enrichment. So we should make effort. That is extra effort to go beyond the prescribed text.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dear participant, if you do have any further questions, you can send it to our email ID. Subhranshu, could you please type it on the chat box?
Yes, sir. I'm doing it right now.
Thank you so much, everybody, for bearing with us. Now, I would like to request Mr. Binay Kumar Sahu to offer a formal vote of thanks. Mr. Binay Kumar Sahu, ESM Coordinator and Faculty, Jinagar Zone, Kalahandi, Odisha.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Panchanand Duria, who gave me this opportunity to give a vote of thanks on this special day. I would like to do pranams to all the dignitaries, the gurus, the trainers, the mentors who are present over here. I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed delegates of the 8th webinar of English Support Mission. And thank you very much for your valuable presence and contributions to make today's webinar a special one. It's Guru Divas special. I would like to extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Bikram Kumar Das ji, former Professor CIEFL, Hyderabad, and National University of Singapore. Thank you very much, sir, to take out time from your busy schedule and grace this special event, special webinar. Thank you very much, sir. Again, I would like to thank on behalf of ESM family to the special person, the resource person for today's seminar, Professor Anand Mahanand ji, Department of Material Development, Testing and Evolution, FLU Hyderabad. It was a great session indeed. For the first time, I joined in such a special program where each and everyone has some uniqueness and special qualities that we can realize, we can sensitize today. Thank you very much, Professor Anand Mahanand ji. I would like to thank officially to Panchanand Durya sir, the founder of ESM family. Your effort today is the reflections of what we are going to do tomorrow. I would like to thank all the dignitaries, gurus, trainers, mentors, participants, and all the members of ESM family. And again, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Subhranshu and Nishant for operating this program very successfully and very smoothly. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, to each and everyone. Yes, sir.
Professor, can I ask a question? Interact with Professor Das, Vikram Das, if you allow. I have some.
Durya, over to you, Durya, sir. Please.
Let him conclude vote of thanks, sir. Then
Okay.
Okay, so last but not the least, to each and everyone who became part and parcel of this program and make this happen. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Over to you, Panchanand sir.
Okay, after Dr. Dr. Das for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Professor Das. Though we haven't met personally, but I know you by your name, and I've come to know about you through several forums. I'm Dr. Dalai from Banaras University. I have certain observations about your narrations of Shakespeare and the interface between language and literature. You were talking about the metaphor due with special reference to Othello. But what I understand as a teacher, that certain Renaissance terminologies or words were not words as such. It was not embedded with its logocentric image. It had its extended meanings, right? So due could also be the ignorance, with which he was going to fight, with Othello. So when he says the dew will rust, it is his ignorance that, look, you are a mere king and you are with policemen and you are with civilians. How can you fight with a general called Othello? So don't you think, if this is the case, and particularly so as a young teacher in the in the cultural studies, post-cultural studies era, or in the postmodern era, would you differ that we should not extend the meanings, rather we should stick to the word dew means the natural dew? This is my first question to you. My second question is, you were talking about your grammar teachers back in Lancaster, right? In 1950s or 1960s, if I'm right? But this was exactly the time when people like, Richard Hogarth, people like Stuart Hall, people like William Raymond, people like E.P. Thompson, they were basically deconstructing the idea of literature and language. In fact, they were telling that the way we have university professors are taking recourse to lectures or orations, rhetoric should be criticized. Rather, their lectures should be related with the practical problems, the problems in 1950s and 60s, which Professor Mahendra Kumar Misra was hinting at. Literature is not, lecture, in the classroom itself. So if the literature has to be related with the social problems, let's say the Vietnam War in America, or let's say, the migration problems. So what was the, my question is therefore, what was the plausibility or significance or backlash when you had some grammarian teachers on one hand, and then you had some theorists or cultural workers like Richard Hogarth?
Right. Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
You see, my concern was the student, the learner. What is the learner getting out of all this? If I'm a teacher of literature, I would naturally love to teach literature, to teach the beauties of words and or symbols or whatever. But why am I there in the first place? Who needs me? Is it the learner who needs me, or is it my own learning that has to be exhibited in the classroom? See? I think that the learner seems to be the missing link here. Now, when I was a student of the BA honors class, and one teacher told me that small quartet was like chamber music. I had never in my life heard what chamber music was. And I didn't see what the need for chamber music was. So also the Othello example. Now, it is enough to say, put up your bright swords so the dew will rust them. Gives you a very graphic visual picture, which doesn't need any explanation. But the teacher had to add, this is one of the miracles of Shakespeare. Now, personally, I didn't see what the relevance of that piece of information was. But because it was given to us, I suppose we had to internalize it. And my whole point is this, even in today's exercise, the learner seems to be missing. You see, when you design a syllabus, when you design a course of studies, we have to think of what does the learner need? What is he getting from this? What are his requirements? Now, if there is a learner, for example, who is preparing to be an engineer or an accountant or something else, what are his priorities? What is his first need? We talk about language skills through literature. What skills? Skills, there can be skills and skills. Even literature is a skill. You see? Now, if it is an intermediate student, for example, or even a BA level student, what does he need English for? We should give him what he needs, the kind of English that he needs. And of course, I'm not suggesting for a moment that he doesn't need to be sensitive or aware of the beauties of English and so on. But first of all, he needs to be able to communicate, because he needs English in connection with his work requirements, the kind of communication that he has to perform on the work and so on. Are we giving him what he needs? Now, once he has got what he needs, then of course you can give him. The problem is, you see, our education is becoming teacher-centered, subject-centered, anything but learner-centered. The learner is not being thought of about. Now, as I said, can you tell me what the relevance is of teaching English medium, doing English medium education to children in the districts of Odisha? Is this what they need? I mean, as though there's no possibility of ever imparting knowledge through the mother tongue. That is what we're telling them. So my submission is, now, of course, we are students and learners of literature. We love literature. So we will instill the same love of literature in our students. Fine. But what is his priority? What does he need first of all? I think we should give them what we need and then give them perhaps something over and above that. So yes, sensitivity is something that every human being requires. But really, I feel something is wrong when my students tell me, or even people who have done their MA and so on, they have not read the novels of Gopinath Mahanti. Recently, I translated Harijan. I had not read it before in all these years, although I translated more novels of Gopinath Mahanti. I asked them how many of them had read Harijan. Very few said that they had read Harijan. But they have read Salman Rushdie and all the latest novels. Now, What kind of human beings are we creating? People who don't value their own culture, people who don't value their own literature, but they're going for something which is this what education means? I mean, how do you understand the relevance of education? What kind of language competence, what kind of literary sensibility should we give them? Even if you can't appreciate poetry in Odia, can you appreciate poetry in English? I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think I can.
You can.
Yes.
Is the appreciation for us something what your teacher told you to appreciate? That is what you appreciate.
No, the point is that you see, this is an old discussion, as we have already said. Matthew Arnold has already spoken about the relationship between literature and society. You know, when he's talking about how we should return to poetry, to interpret life, to console life, to sustain life, right? And these three terms are quite significant, and they embody the whole expectations of from literature. So that's the point that we are trying to talk about. Teaching utilitarian language, for that matter, is definitely a no from me. You know, utilitarian literature means the way you are talking about that English should not be, should not be taught.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But yes, we have to think of what the student needs, what his needs are. You may call it utilitarian, but if a student is going to become an engineer, he might want to read Shakespeare also. And
yes,
certainly he should be able to enjoy it. But his first need is he should understand and be able to write a paper in engineering. That needs
the point.
Needs a very special kind of.
Yeah. Sir, let me clarify.
The host has a session. The host has a session.
No.
Give
me just one.
He's a trainer, so he has the promise the participant.
Just give me 1 second, then I'll, because this is called passion in discussion, and you are having a mission, right? I think, sir.
No, sir. Actually, we are depending on somebody for the link.
Adam Smith had exactly said the same thing that you are reiterating here. When the entire education system in 16th century, in 17th century, had turned to be utilitarian or rational without emotions, and when there was, mushrooming of vocational courses, professional courses, and the English people considered that it is gentlemanly to send your children for vocational courses, like we are thinking of medical or engineering. So Adam Smith would come back and say, see, vocational education is increasing, but the culture of England is dying, right? So bring back literature, therefore, to ennoble the English race, to bring back the culture, which is reiterated again in Matthew Arnold and other things. One thing. Second thing, sir, when I said I can understand poetry, what I said is that I can neither appreciate an Odia poem completely, nor a Hindi or any language or English. The point is that we cannot assume that there is a complete meaning out there, and we cannot attempt on a complete meaning. So if there is incomplete meaning out there for me, so all languages are same for me. That's my point.
I'm personally not very happy with the need to bring in Adam Smith and utilitarianism as defined by Adam Smith here into this discussion. You see, we have to think of ways of making our education compatible with modern knowledge, modern society, our way of thinking, and so on. You see, when you talk about Adam Smith and utilitarianism, you are going into a certain kind of ideology which has been rejected. It doesn't need to be revived. It doesn't need to be.
I'm quoting from Masks of Conquest by Gauri Viswanathan. I'm quoting from the book Masks of
Could you
Conquest.
please, sorry for interrupting.
My own experience after nearly 60 years of teaching English, I don't know whether I was teaching literature or language. I don't know. I don't know the difference between the two. A lot of students cannot write 3 sentences in English correctly, effectively, but they can write what their teachers have told them about a certain poem or about a certain author, that they've learned to do. That is what our education is becoming. You see? And it is because it is not it's not related to life. Tell me what relevance does folk portraits have for an Indian child today?
Yeah, sure. If the host allows me, I love to interpret it.
We will hold a session next
Yeah,
year.
I think there's no
Sir,
point.
sir, I request Professor B.K. Das to speak a few words about English support mission. How did you feel?
Sorry, a few words on?
About English support mission, our mission. English support mission.
Oh, I mean, English support mission is a very brilliant idea. Have you thought of a mother tongue support mission as well?
Yes, sir, sure.
Odia support mission?
Okay, sure, sir. We'll merge it.
I think our education will remain substandard. It is substandard. Indian education is substandard. And one of the reasons for its being substandard is this refusal to acknowledge that English and Odia can play an equally important part in the development of the child. I can't for the life of me understand why the chief minister, why the education minister wants to have English medium schools in every village in Odia. I mean, why are we equating quality education with English medium education? Is the mother tongue so very useless? Every linguist in the world, every philosopher in the world has said that knowledge can only come via the mother tongue. And also that is true also of literary appreciation. Sensitivity to language, sensitivity to literature should first of all come via the mother tongue. I mean, why should you, even if it is possible, why should an Odia child not be introduced to poetry in Odia, maybe at the same time as he's being introduced to Matthew Arnold or any other? But we are completely oblivious to this. Our own literatures are rich. Have you read what the books, any books in Tamil or in Marathi? Any of the great books? No, but we run after great English books. And why this contempt for our own culture, for our own language? That is what I'm objecting to. So English support mission is a very good idea. But can you integrate the teaching of English, the learning of English, with the learning of the mother tongue? With learning.
Yes, sir. This is what. Yes, sir. This is what exactly we are doing, supported by Dr. Mahendra Kumar Mishra. We are adopting multilingualism, bilingualism.
Exactly. This is not multilingualism as an ideal, but using the mother tongue as a means to gaining knowledge, as a means to gaining insight into literature. You see, it's through the mother tongue is the gateway.
Yeah, that's right.
Through which we see the world, through which we enter the world. Why are our education is neglecting this? And we are running after English. Why? I mean, why the idea? The idea is still lingering that for quality education, you must have English medium education. I object to that. You see, after teaching English for 60 years, I think I have a right to this view. Many of the students that I have taught in my 60 years of experience, they don't react directly, personally to a poem or to a play or any great literature. It is what the teacher has told them. This is beautiful, so they say it's beautiful, right? There are very few of them who are capable of really understanding or appreciating great literature in English. Why? Because the very basics, the very fundamentals of language, of literature can come, in my view, I may be wrong, primarily through the mother tongue. I'm not talking multilingualism as an ideal. I want every ODA to be bilingual in his or her language, plus English. English because it's after all the world language, an international language, and ODA because it is my language. In addition, if you want to learn Bengali, Marathi, fine, no problem. But I don't know. This must be a post-colonial hangover. No English means no quality. Good English, good education, you must have English medium. I mean, how many of you are objecting to this? You are all teachers of English. You are running the English support mission. How many have told the Minister for Education, we don't want English medium schools in our villages. We want ODA medium schools. And then the ODA medium schools should go bilingual after class 6, and English and ODA should be taught in parallel. That is the way to go, in my opinion.
Right, sir.
But we still seem to be suffering from this colonial hangover. Oh, we must have, using literature to develop language sensibility. Okay, fine. Have you done this in ODA? Is your child capable of reading and appreciating a novel by any great ODA writer? A poem? And why do we reject our own culture? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with our culture?
Actually, sir, learners should know their locality, know about their locality first. Then they should know beyond their classroom or their locality. So language, knowledge should be localized. This is what you mean to say. It can be done through.
No. Now there is enough neuro-linguistic evidence to show that the knowledge, your brain cells, they process information, and that stays in the brain cortex. Now, if it comes through the home language, through the language of the society, it is much more secure, you see, in the brain. So the child essentially is learning about the world through the home language, the language of the home, the language used in the family, and so on. And that, I'm afraid, we are neglecting. We have been neglecting that. Once you've learned the home language, the foundation for the first language has been laid. It is very easy. There is a lot of transfer taking place from ODA to English. We're talking about appreciation, reading skills. A child who can read a novel, I've tried this out, in a primary class. I told them a story in ODA, and then I hung up pictures showing the same story in pictures, and asked them if they could try to tell me the story in English. Now, if you know the story in ODA already, it's very easy to switch over to the English, you see. So the mother tongue is a very convenient, a very useful bridge to learning English.
Yes, absolutely. Because I have been teaching at a college where most of the students are tribal learners, and every day is an experiment for me. I do experiment with my techniques, and I first use the mother tongue, their Desia language, tribal language, and these students are very, very happy to pick things up.
Yeah.
Then I introduce them to English. So I first use mother tongue, their Desia tribal language, and these students are very excited about learning new things.
You see, it is possible to gradually pass over from the mother tongue to English, make a transition.
Yes, sir.
Because you see, the people from England who came and were training our teachers, because they didn't know the local language, they said you must not use the mother tongue. Why? You see, all over the world now, bilingual education has become the norm. But in India, no, we won't accept it. It must be English medium. So yes, I'm very happy about English support mission. But please see how you can bring the mother tongue into this.
Yes, sir. We are, sir. We are.
Especially at the lower levels. I would say that the child who goes to primary school for the first 3 or 4 years should be exposed only to the mother tongue, and you can gradually introduce English and other languages.
Yes, sir.
So the transition, we have to make a transition. But we're simply ignoring that. You see. You're, what I find you talking about today was how to use English text to do this or to do that. Have you thought of using the mother tongue text? That is my point. I'm not opposed to English. You see, I love the language as much as you do.
Yeah, right.
But I've learned to appreciate my own mother tongue. You see, and it took me 30 years to learn this.
Yes,
I don't know if you are aware. I grew up outside Odisha. I could, of course, understand Odia when it was spoken. I couldn't read or write Odia until the age of 30. So it took me some time. But I have discovered my own language. I've discovered my own culture. I'm very proud of it today. And I think that a child who's deprived of his own, I was talking about only today. Why are we Odias? Why are we Odias so submissive? We're not aware of our own. We have no self-respect. We allow people to subdue us. Why? Why are we afraid to show the world that, we have a great language, we have a great literature. Every Bengali would have read all the important books in Bengali. How many Odias have read the important books in Odia?
Yes, sir.
But yes, they have read everything in English. I mean, is this something that we should be proud of?
Yes, sir. I have done some case studies in my classroom, and I'll send you all of the case studies. I have used mother tongue before teaching English, and the students' learning outcome is very brilliant. I'll send you the case studies.
I think you should publish your findings.
Yes, sir.
You should publish your findings. We need more data. We don't have data.
Right, sir.
We should have more data. And there is a very strong case can be made out for using the mother tongue, not only to learn English, but to acquire education in general. How can education be accelerated through using the mother tongue? I mean, why can't a child of engineering, why can't a student of engineering become an engineer through Odia? There are no books. Well, write the books or teach him enough English to be able to read the books in English. No, but we have to teach him Shakespeare. He has to be a sensitive engineer.
Thank you, sir.
So yeah, I think we need to take a broader view of this. Don't look at it. Something has to be in the syllabus because it has been there in the syllabus. I told you, Arvind Krishna Mehrotra cannot be in the syllabus. Milton has to be there. Right?
Yes, sir.
You must have a poem composed upon Westminster Bridge, but you can't have a poem on Ganga.
Thank you so much, sir. We are late. The host has a session to attend. Thank you so much indeed for your patience, for talking to us for so long a time. And thank you so much indeed for having accepted our invitation to attend this webinar and talking to us for a variety of topics. Our knowledge has been enriched and enlightened by your words, sir. Thank you so much. And I will invite you to next session. That session will be dedicated to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I also like to request Dr. Dalai to one of our webinar because he has some of the questions unanswered. So I do assure him of the fact that I will invite him to one of our webinar very soon. Thank you so much, every single participant. Thank you very much, Professor BK Das sir, for your kind presence, for your patience, for your spirit. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thanks.